Hello, welcome to the June 9th, 2026 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de or enter your questions in the live chat field. Just mute my monitoring computer. Or you could just simply ask the question in the live chat field. We will go through all of the questions chronologically as asked. If you don't see an immediate response to your question, we could be going through. So, like, if you don't see the immediate response to your question, we will get through chronologically. If we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. We should have an index of all of the topics that are discussed in today's live stream, pinned with timestamps to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. So you can quickly navigate to different topics. If you also want to search for topics that have been previously covered in other live streams for the last 6 years, you can go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website. We have two people that serve as moderators. We have Agent K and Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees. They just really make it a better community experience. I just want to give special thanks to them, and we'll give an extra round of gratitude for Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a great source of information that's really beneficial to the Steinberg community. Different tutorials, links to presets, templates. So great discussion over there, so check that out. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States, in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. So with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see a lot of comments from Abiraja Perkaya Satha from India. Very excited to be joining his very first live stream. Welcome to the community. Hope to see you on more live streams. And you could, put a full sentence in one comment if you want. All right, so we see Stefan Larsson joining from Sweden. We have Geerdrus Zara sending greetings to everyone. We see Jazz Dude, always wonderful to see him on with perfect attendance record. We have Klaus joining from Malmo, Sweden. We see Jan is Cubase Index on. We have Adam Langford joining from Bedfordshire in UK. You see Tony Trunzo joining from Australia, Uno Momento from Finland. All right, so we have RFB 9184, sending everyone greetings from the Netherlands. We have Roland stuff from Sussex in the UK. Okay, we see Adam Langford says, is there a fix for no sound in Tonalic when previewing yet? Will it be a Cubase fix or a fix to Tonalic? So if you want, what I ran into on the live stream on Friday, so if we open up Tonalic over here and we want to do previewing of samples, so what I was running into, let's say I go to look through Adrian K samples, and now I want to preview. So if you don't see that particular, the quick workaround that you could do is go to your studio menu, to studio setup, and once you go to your audio system, try setting the processing precision to 32-bit, and then you could preview all of the sounds. So again, go to studio menu, And then we say processing precision, set that to 32-bit float as opposed to 64-bit. And then you'll be able to kind of preview. And then you could just drag this into a project and have this track follow the chord track. So if I come here, so if I want to take another part, and we could drop it in. And this will automatically follow the chords and the tempo. So to preview, just make sure that you're actually coming over here and in your studio setup, make sure that you have the processing precision to 32-bit, so that will work for you. I'm not sure if it's an issue on Steinberg or Salamone side, but that's what you can do to get it working right now. I'm sure that there's communications going on between the two companies. All right, so we see Benny joining. All right, we see Soren joining from Sweden. All right, we have Beverly Beatty joining from Vancouver. Thanks for joining us, being part of the community today. All right, we have Papa Vol joining from Lower Manhattan. He's listening while he works. All right, so we have Johnny Preston joining from Central Virginia. Just curious where you are in Central Virginia, if it's Richmond area or where you're at, just because I live in Virginia as well. All right, we see John Kelber, or Johan Kelber joining. Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. All right, Papa Vol just says, I just took advantage of the discount on Wavelab Pro 13. How best to get started with it? Okay, so let's say, if I was, you can think of, like, I like to think when you're starting with Wavelab that you could kind of think of it as two different tools. One could be for like assembling an album, and one could be just for like audio editing. So we'll show just a little bit on each side here. Let's find something I can play without. Okay, so let's say I want to treat it like just an audio editor. So now we could come over, so let's say we're all right, so kind of like some interesting concepts that you can do in Wavelab, just kind of unique from Cubase, is one, so we're used to kind of seeing our left and right channels, like when we're doing waveform editing, but I could also see my mid and side just by clicking here. So once I have I could see this is what's going to be in the middle part of the panning spectrum. So if I wanted my mix to sound wider, I could just double click below the waveform. And then if I wanted to come over here to my processing, we could say, okay, let's just add gain. So I want plus 3 dB to just the sides, kind of like the left and right edge. So I can make it sound, so I could do independent editing of the left and right channel and the mid and side channel to kind of get some more processing capabilities. When we kind of look at this, we could look at this as a waveform. We have a rainbow view where this could show us kind of frequencies, and this could be like really helpful if you're doing like if you have sibilant frequencies, so you could actually have, as different frequencies come in, like we have the high frequency, so see brighter colors. We could also, and that's when we're in our waveform view, we have a spectrogram view, so we could do editing, and also kind of a wavelet view, which will also be kind of like a spectral view, so we see our frequencies here. And we could choose to have like a waveform at the top and a spectrogram at the bottom, or vice versa. So we have kind of like an overview here, and we can see our waveform. So if I wanted to just, do some simple editing here, like get rid of that section, we could do that. So a lot of things, will be kind of very easy to do. Okay, I just want to take this part of the file. If we come over here, we can see almost like a ribbon. So we can say, okay, I just wanted to come over here and let's remove DC offset. If I wanted to have an envelope to have this part get louder in the center, I could apply that. And of course we have unlimited levels of undo if I wanted to adjust the level. And we could adjust our level, often when we're doing a lot of processing in WaveLab, we could do, many different types of level formats. If I wanted to make sure like the left and right channels are similar, let's say if we have a scenario like here, let's say if we have like audio files where the left and right channels are kind of imbalanced, we could come over here and I'll just say, okay, let's just come over here, and if we go to edit this particular file, we could say let's go edit the source, and when we come over here to process, we could go to pan. So here we could actually do a pan normalizer. So we could now just come over here and equalize the left and right channels simultaneously. So if you wanted to do like error correction, so let's say if I'm here, let's just do, so when we want to come over here, we could say, okay, we want to detect errors that are within the particular audio file. So if we have like one sample that is actually, too loud, we can just kind of come over here and just find the particular, find errors in the file. So again, spectral editing, analysis. So if you want to see like your 3D frequency analysis, you could come over here, move your files around. And also when you come over here, you could do like an audio file comparator. And this is if you have like two files and you're like maybe wanting, let's say you put one plugin on a mixdown and you didn't put it on another, and you want to see what was actually added by that plugin, you could take two audio files and create a delta file between the two files, which would be the difference between the two files. And also just really handy, like a global analysis function. So we come over here. So let's say, okay, we're going to just do an analysis of the whole file. We could now see what our loudness is in RMS or in EBU or 128. So we can think of that as very similar to loudness units. We could determine the pitch. If we need to do DC offsets, so we can say, okay, my right channel, we could, do our DC offsets. We could also, again, look for errors. And we can say, okay, as we do an analysis on the file, we can say, okay, I found 10 points. So we could now come over and focus and say, okay, there's an error here. We could go to the next error. So like really kind of detailed stuff. If we wanted to process our file through plugins, we have kind of like this master section. Wonder if she's watching me. Wonder what she thinks about. You'll get great plugins like a mastering suite. So if we come over here, so let's say we go to master rig, which will be like, a very high quality parametric EQ, multiple dynamics. So you have a razor, limiter, 2 different compression, dynamic EQs, saturations, imaging, all kind of multi-band. But every plugin, we could also come over here and choose, okay, do I want to do this on a stereo? Do I want to do it just maybe on the mid channel, like what's in the middle part of the painting spectrum, or the sides? So I could say, okay, I want this EQ on the sides, and I wanted to do another, let's say we'll come over and run it through our black valve, and I want this on the middle part of the painting spectrum because maybe the vocals, it has to deal with, we want the vocal to be tamed by the compressor. So we could come over here and see all of those. So we have a lot of flexibility with the processing. So once we have kind of our stereo audio file, a lot of people use Wavelab to do like assembling an album. So we go from the audio editor to what's called an audio montage. And a montage, we could have kind of multiple files, multiple tracks. We could come over here, we could click files if we wanted to add like a reference track. So while mastering, if we wanted to come over and just kind of have a reference track that doesn't go through my master section processing, we could do that. Now, as we come over here, we could say, okay, as I drag files over, we could just have real-time crossfades. And this will be not necessarily like a paradigm of a mixing console, but kind of more object-oriented. And that I could just come over here and say, okay, I want this to fade out. I want this to slide over, and that to do the crossfade automatically. Let's zoom in. So we could now just kind of line up like the amplitudes or the beats between the 2 waveforms. And then even if you wanted to, come over and let's say we want to go to your album, we could say, okay, let's come over and let's go to our album wizard. So if we're going to do this for release, this can put all your CD markers in. So you have full CD, DVD audio burning. You could come over and also put in all of your metadata. So if you wanted to, again, come over and add artwork, we could just come over here and say, okay, let's go to, you put your mastering credits that are embedded as metadata within the audio files. So all of this type of work, but also if you were doing like interviews or podcasts, we can just do kind of straight audio editing directly here and very easily kind of, do kind of audio assembly, think books on tapes, radio station spots, radio shows, podcasts. Wavelab's a great solution for that, where it's not necessarily bound to a musical timeline. You just need to do very fast audio editing. So that's a quick overview of some of the things in Wavelab. And again, I think it's 40% off sale now, so it's a great time to get into Wavelab. So if you haven't done it, take advantage of the current promotion that's going on. And congratulations on your purchase, Papa Vol. You'll love working with Wavelab. All right, so we see who is Alex Elliott, says joined Nuendo 3 weeks ago, loving it so far. Welcome to the community, and thanks for joining us. All right, we have John Kelber, says from Pretoria, South Africa. Thanks for being online and part of the community today. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay. All right, so we have Vince joining from Winnipeg. It's Flyvy. All right, so we have Gearjuis Zara is joining us from Lithuania. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from My Music 7 says Cubase summer sale with a number of question marks. So it's really not even summer yet, technically. So I'm sure that there will be a sale at some point, but currently the current promotion is WaveLab. So usually rotations will kind of rotate on a monthly basis. So check out the WaveLab sale. We just did a Cubase sale in April, so just fairly recently. All right, so we have John Costigan joining from a steamy Wisconsin. All right, so we see from, I believe it's Vishnu VTS 404 from India. It says, hello, Greg and Chaz, dude. How old are you? Or how are you? Sorry, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Always wonderful to be on live stream. And my son has last day of school yesterday, so he's all happy. All right, so we see Johnny Preston just says he's between Charlottesville and Lynchburg. Yeah, I went to James Madison University in Harrisonburg, so I used to play in Charlottesville and used to play at the Lynchburg Symphony a lot when I was in college at E.C. Glass High School. Really nice performance venue. Thanks for joining us. Smiling Sound Productions. Hi, Greg. Can you understand that many Cubasers are rather disappointed with the Tonalic option? It's a great program, but we only get the guitars. For the rest, has to be paid heavily. It's really not a Steinberg product, so I mean, you get to experience it, and you get like free guitars with it. If you have an issue with the pricing or the sales models. You could reach out to Ceremony with it, but I think, getting a free option to add great guitar parts, is a good thing. So. See, and also from Smiling Sound Production says, a bit like you promise your child the most delicious ice cream, but then give it a very small bowl with one flavor he doesn't even like. So you could, reach out to on a Ceremony live stream or send him an email as well. But, you could think at least he didn't pay for your ice cream. So, all right. So you see John Barry VUs just sending greetings from the English Riviera. Great to see Rob Schmedicke back from Tarpon Springs, Florida. Matt Elston is on. UK. All right, we see wonderful composer Rick Ballantyne says, hey, Greg, here to get tips and tricks on Render Day. Hope you're doing amazing. Everyone check out Rick's website. Wonderful composer. All right, Parabot 2 is joining from Melbourne, Australia. One of my favorite cities I've been to. I was in Melbourne and Sydney and Wangaratta about 22 years ago. Hope to get back. It's my favorite country I've visited. All right, we see Mark Rabin, his Rabin Records. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog, Stella. Great to see you on. All right, so we see from Popavol, it says I sent an email about the best way to option and export all the customizations my Cubase setup to transfer onto a new MacBook when I get it. Keys, keyboard shortcuts, Project Logical Editor, presets, is there a check? So I would check like your templates. A lot of things can be carried over in a profile. So if you go to your edit menu and go to your profile manager, so this will carry over like your input output presets in your audio connections, your custom made track presets, your custom made plugin presets, your preferences, your keyboard shortcuts, which includes the macros. If you want the Project Logical Editor and Logical Editor keyboard shortcuts, what I would do is just come over here. If you open up like the Project Logical Editor, and if you go to Setup, and if you click on No Preset, you can say Show User Presets Location. And here, when you go to user presets, you could just come over here. So here is kind of once you're here, so you could go to your user presets in this folder. You could copy this over. So here's like all of your input transformer presets that you may have had, your logical editor user presets, your project logical editor presets. And if you don't feel like navigating to where that is, you can just simply copy these two folders, or email them to yourself, or upload to zip, upload it to like a USB drive, or however you're going to get the data over. And then you could just take all of these user presets and copy it to that drive. But you could just come over here and see your logical editor and your project logical editor presets will all show up here. And once you're on your new system, just open up the logical editor or project logical editor, and then in the presets where it says new preset, if you just click there, show user preset location, and then you could just drag those folders from your drive or your cloud drive to the same location. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, John Costigan just says, can you suggest a way to simulate tempo track versions in a highly rubato song? Each take of a solo guitar, the backbone of the song varies. Cubase 14. So let's say let's just take a, come over, let's just find, okay, so let's say we'll just do a quick, I think I have an acoustic guitar part here actually. I'll just take this. And I will. All right, and I have a tempo track up here, so I'll just move my tempo track down below the guitar. Okay, so let's say, okay, so you say you want to simulate tempo track versions in a highly rubato song. Each take of a solo guitar, the backbone of the song varies. All right, so one of the things that you could do is, let's say if we have, I'm going to put this into musical mode so that we can, so let's take this particular recording. All right, so if I now just kind of come over here and let's say, so if you want to do like track versions for tempo, so if you just kind of click right here on the tempo, so let's say, okay, I want that. I can do a new tempo version. So I can come over here. Let's come over and say, okay, now I want to do a new version. And we can just have it speed up and slow down. So if I put the click on. And if I wanted to go, say, to, oh, let's see what the first one sounds like, I can now come over and let's switch to tempo track version 3 or 2 to 3. So your tempo track itself can have track versions pretty easily. So let me know if that's helpful for what you want to do. And we hope that you're doing okay with the weather. All right. See, Uno Memento is giving a big woof to Mark Raven's dog. All right, Abira Perkaya Satha says, hey Greg, can we use Wavelab as an extension? I heard that it works. So yeah, if I wanted to come over here, I could just say, okay, let's take like a stereo track here. Okay, so I want to, let's say we have this file playing. So I could just simply now come over here and say, okay, I want to take this track. So if I wanted to come over here to Wavelab, so now when I double click on the audio track itself, instead of going into the sample editor, it will launch Wavelab. So we could do editing there. Another way that you could get into Wavelab directly from Cubase. So if you another method could be just to come over here, select the event, go to the audio menu and just choose to edit in Wavelab, and then that audio file will automatically go to Wavelab, or you could do editing and update the changes. So if I come over here and let's do editing on this inside of Wavelab, we can now just simply update so that we can come over here and have that go back directly to Cubase. So you could run it as an ARA extension, which is helpful in other programs that don't have like slick integration. So that way Wavelab could be an external editor for other DAW programs as well that you do utilize ARA. All right, Beverly Beatty asks, Greg, question. I was trying to edit/cut a WAV file. I have zoomed in, but it would not cut at the exact point I was trying to cut at. I tried snap off, but still a problem. Okay, so let's say we go back to our guitar part here, and we're trying to do a cut at a very specific point. All right, so we see that we have kind of like our snap. So if I have my snap turned on, we say, okay, I want this to, like when I cut, I could choose to, okay, I want to cut, and I could say now it's going to make a cut right there. If I turn snap off, I can freely cut anywhere I want. But let's say if I want to cut right here, you may come over here and say, okay, I want to cut right here, but it's not allowing me to cut in the middle. And that's because you may have to have the snap to zero crossing, and this may be kind of hidden. So if you see your snap, you'll see the three little bars to the right. So, and what this allows you to do, so let's say if now that this is disabled, the snap to zero crossing, it'll allow me to cut anywhere. So sometimes when you make cuts like this, it may add a little pop or click at the beginning or the end of the file. So when you do a zero crossing, it means that it'll allow you to cut only at the zero crossing point of the waveform, so that will kind of prevent clicks and pops from happening. So now when I come here, I can cut kind of at the zero crossing point, and that will minimize kind of clicks and pops from the audio edit. But if you need to get into finer control, just come here and make sure that the snap to zero crossing is turned off, and then you can cut and make pops and clicks if you so desire, if you want like vintage audio editing techniques. But just, and again, that might be just to the right of the snap. You see these three little dots, you hover the mouse there. I think this changed in 14. Might have been 15, and now you could just come right over here and just turn that off if you need to. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Beverly. All right, so you see from Mark Rabin, just says, I was hopeful that Greg would show us to preview in a new tab features of tonality or whatever it's called. I was toying with it, can't find drums. So there might be, with the free version, there might be limited options for what is, being utilized. So, but if you get the full tonality, version, you can come over. So let's say, okay, I'm looking for, and you can see kind of different musicians here. So you can say, okay, here's this particular musician, but I know the full version, which is, you could come over and say, okay, I'm looking for, so I'll just search, I'm looking for drums. And let's say I'll just do a new project. We'll show you kind of how easy it is to kind of build something up with Tonalic, and how slick the integration is with Cubase Nuendo 1503. So let's say, okay, we'll start off. I want my tempo to be 108. Let's make a chord track. So let's do like a 251 to start with. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we have some chords in our project here. So let's say, okay, we got. So we'll come over and say, okay, we're looking for drums. All right, so let's say, okay, I'm looking for rock drums. I'll say classic rock, and you get kind of like different previews. So I'm going to drag this over. And as you're kind of working with drums, like one of the artists in the full version is, all right, so let's say now I'm playing, and so let's add, we'll just kind of jump back. Let's throw a bass in. So let's say, okay, we want this to be R&B. All right, that works for me. All right, and I'll just kind of populate, and let's go in and throw in like an R&B guitar part. So we'll say guitar, and realize that, like, the version you have may be limited in instruments, but let's say, all right, so let's say, okay, now I want to kind of start off. And and this is automatically going to follow the key. So let's try just, and you could audition. So we'll just pan it here. All right, now let's say I want to kind of do like some variations. So let's say here, I want to take this bass part. I could double click on the bass part, and we would see this in our editor. So we can say, okay, if I want to remove events or do like transitions, so let's say like this part, I want to do a transition on a guitar. So if we solo our electric guitar, I could just come over, and I'm going to just drag this transition part over top. And let's say I want this transition to be there. So now we can get a guitar transition. So now just kind of piecing this together. So if I want to try a different variation on the bass part here, just drag that over. So let's listen to the bass. And again, if I just want to adjust my tempo, so we'll hear the variation. So let's say I want to change like one single element, I could actually just double click on that. And in the full version, you could come over here and be able to say, okay, I have this particular pitch, so I want to take the pitch and just adjust the notes kind of like so. So now when we play that, I can just come over here and modify kind of the audio performance like it's very similar to MIDI. So, you know, what you get free might be limited to some guitar parts, but, you know, really explore it. And I think it's just how it works with Cubase and Windows, really slick. You know, there's a lot of MIDI instruments that try to take MIDI performances and try to emulate like a real musician's performance, like especially for guitar stuff. This is actually kind of starting from an audio perspective where you have kind of like the audio recordings of the performance captured, and then you could kind of edit it in the MIDI domain. So it's kind of a different approach than what we see a lot. So okay. Okay, so we showed Wavelab as an extension already. All right, so we see Tim K joining. His cat buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, Stella, Mark Raven's dog, and other pets, and he's ready to learn. All right, so we see from Soren, who just asks, Greg, I have a lot of loops on hard disk in MediaBay. Is there some way to display all loops that are in folders? Named drums, and MediaBay displays the many places from the hard drive. So generally when you're doing like the MediaBay isn't necessarily looking for folders. So here, MediaBay is kind of, not necessarily looking for folders called drums or kick drums, but it's actually looking for audio files in the folders that are labeled like kick or snare or hi-hat. So it doesn't necessarily search like for folders, but it's going to search for the files within the folders. So that way you could say, okay, I'm on my VST sound, I'm looking for kick, that I don't really necessarily care what folder it's in if I could just find it quickly. So kind of the intention is to actually find the media in MediaBay and not to search for folders. So I think that if you wanted to, so when you do the search, it's going to look for the actual files as opposed to like the folders based on the names of the search criteria, if that makes sense. All right, you see Jazz Dude sharing a link to, it's really beneficial to new users with keyboard shortcuts. All right, so we see you see a discussion of hair length with some of the guys. All right, so we just see just comment on, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Sorry, all right, so we just see a question on who remembers the ping pong delay. So I think that was an earlier plugin, but I think that you basically could get the same functionality of the older ping pong delay in your stereo delay. So here you could have each channel, your left and right channels. So you could pan them independently. If you wanted to, you could also have different delay times for each channel. So you could check out the stereo delay, kind of mimics the old ping pong delay plugin. All right, we see Mark Rabin under his normal moniker. Thanks for jumping back in. All right. All right, so Papa Vol just says Wavelab Pro 13 is huge. So yeah, it's a deep program, and and now it's also really set up for doing like Atmos mastering. So a lot of great people using it, like Michael Romanowski has won a number of Grammys, keeps winning Grammys for immersive mixing. All right, we see Dwight Cunningham checking in from the Bahamas. Greg, is it possible to upgrade to now like Essential to Pro? So I believe it might be just a subscription license. So you could subscribe to higher tiers, I believe, but you could check on the Salamoni website, or I think if you go to Tenalic.com. All right. All right, great to see Rick from Bratman Studio joining us from Uptown Whittier, California. He says they're grinding his sidewalk in front of his house. Hard to hear the stream. That's a bummer. Hopefully it won't be taking too long. So we had 3 of our neighbors, one across the street from us and 2 neighbors on the side of us, that got their houses pressure washed all within 3 days. I think they used the same crew. So just had to hear pressure washing for 3 days in a row. So. All right, so we see Mark Rabin just saying Tenalic preview drums. I love it so far, but can't get to work the way I expect. But then again, what do I expect? Also, do you have paid version or demo version? So it's, I think that, with Tenalic, you get, the, with 1503, Cubase Artist, Nuendo, or Cubase Pro, you could make sure that you have the 1503 installed. It says also, do you have a paid version or demo version? So you could check on the Tenalic website or Settlement with Ceremony just to check. We just have the integration with it, so I don't know all of their sales and distribution models of it. All right. So we see, hi Greg, how does Tenalic follow the key it's playing in? I've got key changes in this project, but Tenalic events don't show global transpose in the info line. Should I enter all the chords in manually? So I think it's going to use the chord track. But if you want to, let's say if I come over here and I copy this chord track holding down Alt or Option, and let's say I come here and copy these events. I'm going to take, so one of the things I could do is I'm going to hold down to Shift and double click, and I'm going to take my root note here, and I'm going to modulate it up, let's say a major second. So let's say we're doing this. So let's do our major second. So I don't think that the chord, so I think Tenalic is going to use the chord track as the basis for it. So you might just have to, instead of using the transpose track, so let's see if I come over, I'll try with the transpose track and see if that affects, I think the transpose track may affect the events, but not necessarily, but I think Tenalic is looking for that. But let's give it a shot. So let's say we'll have this A part. And let's put in a transpose track and see if it follows. Yeah, so you need to just transpose the chords themselves, and then the Tenalic will follow. Sorry about that. All right, so we have Venerable Fatuyi, an Anglican priest from Lagos in Nigeria. It says, thank you for the live chat. Cubase is a great DAW. Thanks for joining us from Nigeria. All right, so we see question from Drazi Eternal. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to do measured multi-slices to MIDI chords in the editor with scissors or another tool similar to using Alt Scissors on Event? Okay. So if you want to do multi-slices on to MIDI chords, okay, so let me... All right, so let me just create... Okay, so let's say I have chords here. So if, so let's say if you want to cut the chords, let's say we want to cut via eighth notes. So let's say if I have this, let's say I'm going to select all of the notes here. And I'm going to grab my scissors tool. Let's see if I could just Alter Option Split. So that will do it until the next chord. So if you want to do this across multiple chords, we could probably just make a macro. All right. Okay, so let's try just a macro. So if you want to split like all of these chords to eighth notes, let's make a macro. So go to your key commands, do new macro, and we'll say split at eighth notes. Okay, so let's say we want to so we're going to set quantize here to eighth notes, and we're going to add that command. We're going to nudge the cursor to the right, and now let's come over here and choose split. So I think just split at cursor. Okay. And if we assign, let's say, keyboard shortcut for this, all right. So let's say we're here at measure 2, and if I just keep running this macro, let's see. That way it'll automatically split, and we could look at just the So again, and if I want to assign this to like a MIDI remote, I'm going to save this as a preset. So we have split MIDI at eighth notes. Let's come over to our MIDI remote. Okay, so I'm going to take this particular button on my MIDI remote and we're going to trigger the macro. So we'll say so here's our macro. Okay, so now let's go to that MIDI event here. I move my cursor here, then I could just go through and split all of the notes into eighth notes. If we assign it to a keyboard shortcut, we could probably just hold the keyboard shortcut down and repeat. All right, so we'll come over here to key commands. Nope. All right. You have that assigned to something else. Let me just try the key command again. So, but you could just simply come over here and just make a macro. So you want quantize to eighth note, transport, nudge cursor to the right, and edit, split at event. And then you can just split the particular MIDI notes around like so. Let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we have Word2RG joining. We have Soul Sound Official joining from Northern Canada. Thanks for joining us. You see Jazz Dude's kind enough to share projects by Rick Ballantyne. All right, we see Gerald Ely joining from Martinez, California, saying hey to everyone. All right, so we see from rolling stuff. Hi again, Greg. When entering chords manually into the chord track, I can't see the differences between a seventh and a major seventh. So a seventh versus a major seventh. I think I'm missing something. Thanks. All right, so let's say we want to take this D chord here. So we have, let's say I want a minor seventh and a major seventh chord. So we'll say, here we'll say seventh. And now we'll come over here. And let's make this a major seventh. So you could see kind of the distinction there. Now when we go into, there's also, if you go into your settings and we go to event display to chords and pitches, you can say, okay, for major seventh, you want it to look like this instead. So now we could just say, okay, I want that. I'll put the seventh in, but going into the settings here, you could choose kind of different. And then if you wanted to, let's say for this you could also customize. So, if you wanted to say like major seventh, like that, as we put those chords in, you could kind of choose different ways to differentiate like a major from a minor seventh. So again, once you come over, you go to your settings, under event display, chords and pitches, and you could choose, so if you wanted to also have new custom chords, you could customize these as well. So you could say, okay, so let's say I want this to be, major seventh. I want this to be, so you could customize your own chord spellings because there's multiple schools of thought on that. So let me know if that makes sense. Again, in your preferences or settings. And then I'll just restore my defaults here. All right. All right, so we have, hi, what does Cubase use? Few video codecs. I couldn't find MKV. Most times when we're working in media, there's a number of utilities that will automatically, switch between different codecs and container types. Usually kind of in professional work, MKV isn't, I don't think, as popular a video format. And for those, like video files, we'll always have compression and decompression, and containers. And those are often called codecs and containers. So we say, so if you come to this link, so, by far the most majority of kind of professional files will be MP4, AVI, MOV. And again, if you need a utility to convert, try Handbrake, which is a free video conversion utility. Okay, Mark Rabin is sharing a studio hint. Says go to a thrift store, buy all the pillows, scatter them around the back wall of your listening area, save on foam and acoustic treatment, and have a place to crash. Comfortable listening. Yeah, a lot of people would use bookcases and make sure that the books were all kind of, at different, not at the same, not flat, so that all the books were like slightly, each book was, like pulled out a little differently than the other book, and that would cut down on a lot of absorption doing that and creating a non-reflective surface. All right, so you see from Papaval, it says very helpful. So basically just the two areas, all the user presets and the profile export. Yeah, that will probably do just about everything. All right, so we see Brian DeBear joining from Yuma, Arizona. Thanks for being online with us. You see Gerald Ely just asking Mark Rabin if beanbag chairs will work. Yeah, my most expensive bass strap I have is my upright bass, and it's kind of soft case. So my room sounded really weird. I put my upright bass and left it in the case just so, and it's really just a bass strap. So it works really well. Made my room come together. through comments. All right, so you see from Soren, Greg, is there a way to immediately go to project location in the media bay? If I click away to some HD place and quickly went back to project location. So is there a way to, let me just make sure I'm understanding. Is there a way to immediately go to the project location in media bay? All right, so let's say if I'm here, so let's say if I'm at measure 16 and I'm in my media bay. All right, so let me just, I'll select this track. I'll just do it on a new project real quick. All right, so we could, I think if you want to go directly to the project location, that you could insert into project at left locator or insert into project at cursor. And then you could, so if you want to import from media bay directly in, again, and this will work, I believe, for the full media bay as well. So let's say I have this track selected. My cursor is at 25-ish. Let's go to our media bay. All right. So let's come over here. So we get a VST sound. I want to so insert into project at cursor, and now that audio file is automatically put into the cursor at the cursor position on the selected track. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do. So it says if I click away to some hard disk's place and quickly went back to the project location. So let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Soren. All right, so a question, Greg, can you show a little bit of score editing? It'll clear my mind a little bit, guys. Can you help me with this? Thanks. All right, so a lot of times when we're working with the score, first thing that people often do is, let's say, okay, I want to come over here and I want to call this, like, bass guitar. And let's say I want to add another instrument track and I want this to be, let's say, piano. Okay, so now I'm going to create just events here. So let's say, okay, and let's say I'm just going to convert these to. So now when I go to my bass guitar, I could come over here. I'm going to hit, I could go Command or Control plus R, or I could go to my score editor. And we can see that now, because it's called bass guitar, it will now have the clef automatically set to bass clef. When I go to my piano part and I hit Command R or go to score to open score editor, we have a grand staff because it's piano. Now, if we want to set our keys, we can come over here. So say, okay, I want this to be in D major. I could come right over here. Let's drop our key in. We have our tempo that's automatically extracted from Cubase. So if we want to put our meter in, the meter is automatically extracted. So let's say, okay, I want to now look at my bass part and this. So we could just put in particular notes. So when we come over here, we could say, okay, I want to put in quarter notes. So I can come over here. And as we do this, we can say, okay, my quantized value is going to be set to quarter notes. And I can so we can just kind of come right over here. And if we want to put in our notes via like MIDI step entry, I could just play the keyboard and say, so as we go to, we could just come over and put notes in step entry. We could put notes in our piano voicings. And, so we could come over. So once you have that, you can also just now kind of right click on different notes. And if you wanted to, come over, okay, I need this to be a flat for that note. I need this note to be sharp, whatever you come over. We could just kind of select a particular note here and say, as we work with this note, we could put in our accidentals, we could put in accents, so different articulations. So if I want to select like these particular notes, we could select notes and put in, staccatos. If we want to put in, trills for notes, different articulations, or repeat endings. So if you want to set up, your different repeat regions, articulations for guitar, strings, different instrument groups, lyrics. So kind of very easy, but kind of the intention is that you could take like, something that you've performed in and be able to like have it translate accurately to notation. So if I take this particular piece and I'll just revert this because I probably destroyed it several times. And let's say I have a cello part. I can just kind of scroll down and say, okay, let's get to our cello. And then, you could modify and you could have your markers automatically show up, chords. So our chord track is automatically going to show up here as well. But you could just have a beautiful score. And then from here, you could export it directly into Dorco. So if you have Dorco SE, which is a free version, you could have complete control and be able to take your Cubase project straight into Dorco as well. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, Alex Morgan just says, hi Greg, thanks for the new Cubase update. In the previous version, if you created a new track nested inside a group folder, the output automatically selected that folder's output. Is that possible still? Let's take a look. So let's come over here. So let's say I have a bunch of drums that are going into a folder here. So all of these drums are being routed out to our folder with group tracks. I'll go ahead and add a new audio track. We'll call it routing test. And we can see that when we add it within the folder, so this track we added within the folder is automatically routed to the multi-drum group. So if it's in a group, then the output routing is automatically routed directly to the folder with group track. All right, so you see Beverly Beatty just says, thanks, Greg. All right, and I guess for Beverly, it says that was exactly the problem, that snap to zero crossing was on. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Find my spot. All right, see Michael Teams is joining a little later. Okay. Okay, so a question, how to get 7/8 tempo in Cubase as a default tempo is 4/4. Help me, guys. So if you just are coming over here, you could just type in, so let's say we do a new project. So I think it will default to 4/4. If you're starting from a template that's set to 7/8, so now I could just come right here to my meter and say 7/8. And now I could just have my meter in 7/8. And when I do this, we can now adjust our click. So it could have my click track be like 2 + 5. Or if I want to do like 3 + 4. Or 4 + 3. So you could modify your own click pattern as well. But if you wanted to default to 7/8, what we could do is we'll save this as a template. So let me just... So we'll say save as template. We'll call this our 7/8 template. Okay, so I close this. Let's start a new project. And we'll look for our templates. We'll go to our user template. Here's our 7/8 template. It's going to choose our project folder. We'll activate it, and our meter is set to 7/8. So if you want that by default, you can save it as a template, or just double click in the tempo in the time signature field and switch to 7/8. All right, John Costigan says, sorry, Greg, brain cramp. I didn't see the ability to make tempo track versions in Cubase 14. Yeah, no brain cramp needed. So we all learn new things. So it's a great feature, especially like film composers who want to have kind of different tempo ideas for a cue. All right, so we see Soren just says, all right, Greg, about the Media Bay folder question. All right, Roland Stepp says he got dashed, but thanks as always for answering his questions today. He'll listen on a catch up. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. So we see from Soren, just mentions I have a project where Cubase bugs out. I have to turn off the create preview on close to make Cubase work. I'm expecting changes to it in future patch. Should I report to Steinberg? Can it be a third-party plugin that is causing it? So there's a good chance it could be a third-party plugin. If you want to share the project with me, I know you have you could send me a download link at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I'd be happy to try to open it up and see how it behaves on my end. But definitely could be like a third-party plugin that's causing it. All right, so Michael Teams is joining from Weatherford, Texas. So sounds like a good day for virtual ice cream distribution. Thanks for joining us, Michael. Hope you're well. And he's granted Jazz Dude 1 gallon of chocolate cherry mash ice cream. All right, Uno Mementos received 1 gallon of Music Mountain ice cream, and Tim Weinheimer is 1 gallon of banana moon pie ice cream. All right, Tim Weinheimer asks, Greg, can you show what the circle of fifths and scales can do in the chord track? Thanks. Okay, so let's say circle of fifths is just kind of a pattern progression that's often sharing common chord tone notes. So we'll create an empty project here. I'm going to come over. Let's add a chord track. All right, so now we're going to see, so we'll start with a C chord, and when we come over, let's say we'll come over here, let's put in, so we can go to our chord assistant. All right, so let's say, okay, we're in C major. All right, so now, if we were to go a fifth up for our next chord, I could just come over here and say, okay, we want to go to G, to D. So we can now just add more chords. So if you were to think about the patterns, we're going to go a fifth up, or a perfect fifth up. And then as we come over here, we could just kind of keep going through our patterns. And as we do this, so we go E to B to G flat or F sharp, depending how you want to. And we'll say, okay, we want to go to D flat or C sharp, A flat. And we could eventually, as we go around, we have now come full circle, if you will. So we can now just come right over here, and so a lot of times when you're doing kind of musical etudes and exercises, you may kind of cycle through the circle of fifths. So you go C to G. G has common chord tones, so we have G, B, D in a G major scale. So we could switch the circle of fifths here from major to minor. And then D, F sharp, A, C sharp, E. So there's kind of common chord tones that will lead between these different tracks. So a lot of jazz compositions will do a circle of fifths, very common jazz progression, maybe to just come over and say, okay, we'll do new track version. We'll start with C. We'll start with C again. It doesn't matter what key. So let's say we want to go C to G, and you'll see these patterns like a 2-5-1 is a common jazz pattern. All right, so let's say we want to go, at this point, we want to circle back to our C chord. So we can say, okay, now I want to go E, and so we could kind of do our transition back to our C chord. So maybe we'll say, okay, I want to do an E chord going to, and let's say to a G chord next. And this is often called a turnaround, and then back to C. So if we were to play this, let's add an instrument track. So if we were to kind of come over here, so you're kind of going on his path, and eventually you want to go back to the home key. So a lot of jazz compositions will be kind of written kind of using the circle of fifths. And as you do that, it may, and again, it may not follow like strictly a C major scale, but often you'll have kind of, the tonality will be based around the chords in the circle of fifths. So it may not always be a D minor chord if we're in a key of C. So at that point, these are just kind of common like chord progression patterns that we'll often see. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Tim. All right, so we see Jay the Jolly. Just still hang around now and then. Just don't get many questions anymore. He's learned Cubase proper now, he thinks. That's great. Thanks for popping in, saying hi. All right, so we see Rick from Bratman Studio just upgraded from Wavelab 12 to 13 for $59. All right, so we have a question from Beverly. Just says, Greg, in the sampler control area, there's a gain mode. Can you actually control gain on just one of the transient sounds? It only seems to work to increase gain across the entire file. So generally, it's going to be designed for the whole file. So let's say if I take... All right, so when I come here, I could, let's say we're going to create a sampler track from that. So if we adjust kind of our gain or we normalize, so this would be kind of global for the whole sample. So let's say, okay, now I want this to be 3 dB. If I wanted to take one part, what I could do is just simply come into the Cubase project and I could say, okay, we'll select like this particular region. If I wanted this to be louder, I could select it here. Let's go to audio, to processes. We'll come here to gain. We're going to say 6 dB up. And then I could just drag this into the sampler track. So I could come over here. We could choose to, you could hot swap if you wanted to, but if we make a sampler track here, so now you could just control, just that particular file over into the sampler track. So you could do editing outside of the sampler track, but generally when you're doing the gain or normalizing, it's going to be for the entire sample, not just a portion of the sample. All right. All right, so Jazzy Eternal just says, awesome, thank you, Greg, for the MIDI macro. All right. All right, so Roller Coaster Ride says, will Mixkey work with Pro 11 version for streaming on YouTube via OBS? Thanks. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. You know, it's an independent program, so anything that you open up or have open, like a program, you can just come over and say, okay, you know, it's going to basically anything that's kind of outputting audio. Doesn't have to be the brand new version of Cubase, but you could just have Cubase, or if we open up, let's say we come over to YouTube. Here we could just say, okay, now Safari is, you know, I could take my YouTube audio, make it softer, my Cubase, make it louder, and then use that as the driver to go directly into OBS or YouTube. So no problem with that. All right. Michael Teams is inviting Beverly to his studio so she can hear numerous cowbells. All right, we have Peter joining from Montreal. Great to see you on. Thanks for being part of the community today. And he's received 1 gallon of German chocolate cake ice cream. Okay, reading through comments. All right, Mark Ravens received 1 gallon of Texas strawberry ice cream. All right, so we see Randy Lee Music on, give a big woof to Stella. Sorry, Chatfield just jumped. Okay. All right, good. Mark Rabin is a caver. Interesting to know. Probably lots of good caves in Montana. So we're just saying, Rick from Batman Studio just says he opened up 14, looked at the audio settings, see what 1503 changed and adjusted from there. First time Cubase update, changed my settings. So yeah, usually it kind of keeps everything in line, Rick. All right, so we see, says, thanks for this, Greg. While we're at it in the score editor, if you can add some markers like verse, chorus, interlude, etc., I often get it that the time code of the position is added to my marker. Please help. All right, so let's take a quick look. Okay, so let's come over to marker track here. All right, so I'm going to make this the active marker track. And I'll go ahead and just drop some markers in. All right, so I'll give them some names. So we'll say intro. Okay, so we'll say okay, so let's say we have these. Let's go back to all right, so here I see intro, verse 1, chorus 1, chorus 2, so verse 2. Let's take a look maybe in the score settings. There's the interpretation. So see if there's a setting or preference for that. All right, so let's say if you go to the layout settings, go to markers. And let's see if we go to so I don't see the, but maybe I would look into the layout settings here. Like if you have it for, so maybe the timecode frequency. So here, if we look, we can see kind of the timecode at the start of every bar or the start of a system. So maybe if you just choose this to never, then maybe you'll just see intro, verse 1, chorus 1. So again, in the score editor to layout settings, to markers and timecode. So the timecode frequency, try to set that to never. And see if that makes a difference for you. All right, so we see from DJ Eric Fox, hello Greg, can tonalic drum patterns be converted to MIDI or any way to be able to mix the drums separately, kick, snare, hi-hat, etc.? So let's take a quick look. Just do a new project here. So, I don't think it's kind of the genesis of it is MIDI, but we'll take a quick look and see what we could do. All right, so let's say we want to go to drums. And let's say we want kind of pop. We'll say singer-songwriter pop. So, generally these aren't. All right, so let me just adjust my tempo here. So when we go to edit, let's say this particular pattern, so don't think you get kind of the level of detail for MIDI editing or being able. I am not an expert in Tonalic, but it doesn't seem like you could adjust kind of timing, but it doesn't seem like it's since it's not actually MIDI based, but you have the capability of being able to, so I don't think you have, but I'm not a Tonalic expert, but you could come over here and maybe have adjust the cymbal amount. So let's say if we're just looping these, so if you want to add more. But I don't think it's going to necessarily be like as flexible as like traditional MIDI drums, but because it's kind of starting from an audio perspective that's been kind of analyzed. All right, so you see, from someone, Greg, some third-party plugins become transparent/hidden when dragging something out from them. It is wanted in Groove Agent when dragging out a pattern and dragging out from Media Bay. Will it happen? So if we have like a Groove Agent pattern here, okay, so we'll come over here to our patterns. So, it doesn't become transparent. I'm not sure, a lot if, like to me, I haven't felt that I wanted Groove Agent to be transparent if it's going to be just playing back the pattern that I just kind of dragged in. So let me know if there's like an exact, I could pass on a request that you want it to be transparent, but if there's a benefit to being transparent, let me know. All right, so we had a request from Jazz Dude. Says, please show how to change the metronome sounds and what stock sounds exist. Okay, so let's say a lot of times we're used to our Cubase metronome. So I'll come over here. Let's just make this. All right, but if we go to your transport menu, we could go to metronome setup, and we have lots of different click sounds that are available to use. So we can come over here. So we could have it go out to a MIDI device, and we have our click sound presets. So let's say I want my clave. We have an A and B. We'll call this our Beverly preset. So if we want your cowbell, egg shakers, as well as firm wood, hi-hats, mechanic sound, sticks, synthetic, tiny kit here. Toms. Vintage spike, and a lot of people consider like Yuri. And then also a wood block. Now, if you wanted to, we could also just kind of, if we want to switch this back, you know, if you want to change the particular sound, we could also just come over here and just say, okay, I want to take this. So we'll go back to metronome setup, and let's say I want to, we'll come over to our click sounds, and I wanted to put in a favorite cowbell sample. So I will come over to my media bay, just find some cowbell samples. All right, so let's again come here to our metronome setup, and we can say, okay, we want to go to our click sounds, and I could just drag in sounds here. So we can say use custom sounds, and you could just search for different samples if you wanted to, and then you could have these at different volume levels. So, or if you wanted this to, you know, so any audio file that you want, you could just take kind of like different cowbell samples, anything that's on your hard disk, and you could just click here and customize the sound to have your favorite cowbell as your click and metronome sounds. All right, so we see kind words from Tim K. It says Cubase caverns are deep and complex without Greg. It's like spelunking with a birthday cake candle. Greg gives us a flashlight, eventually to central lighting, analogous to spelunking. Yes. Yeah. All those guys getting stuck in caves doesn't seem like a good idea. All right, so we see, hi Greg, do I have to upgrade 15 to 11 Pro to use Mix Key to live stream? I couldn't work it out with Pro 11 version using OBS. So I don't think so. I haven't tried it with Cubase 11. I don't have a USB licenser connected anymore on my system. But if we wanted to, again, once you have, you know, Mix Key turned on, at this point, and let's say if I go to OBS, I'm not going to actually change it in OBS because that's what I'm using for my live stream. But we could just see when you go to your audio input for the drivers, you would just select the mix key. So and make sure that you have the Cubase audio. So the audio from Cubase is going into mix key, and then for OBS, you just want to use the mix key as the driver. So I could change it, but then I would lose audio in the middle of the live stream, which is probably not a good thing. But I don't think it's going to be specific to any Cubase version, as long as it's outputting audio. All right, so we see Soren just on his previous question. It says, Greg, I tested without third-party plugins and closed the project and created the automatic preview, and I got no freeze. If I have third-party plugins on and do the same with Cubase, freezes on close. I blame versus manipulator plugin. So check, when you're doing that, make sure, you could always isolate it, but, realize that third-party problems sometimes can cause issues if they don't release if they don't release memory, like when the project is closing. All right, so we see from Gerald Ely, what's the best way to combine 6 audio tracks to 2 unique audio tracks, render, stem, and how to simplify the names, cut references to each file, audio file name. So let's say if I had like drums, like I want to take a bunch of drums and mix it down to like a stereo track. Let's come over here. So let's say activate this project. Okay, so I want to, I'll just, all right, so I'm going to take all these here. So let's say I have a multi-track drums. I'll just remove this. All right, so I'm going to take all of these drums here. Okay, so if we let's say I want to bounce those down, and I'll include my kicks. I would do a render in place, and since we have multiple files selected, we could choose the mix down to one audio file. So we'll just call this drum mix render test. And now I will go ahead and render, and all the files here will be mixed down into our file called drum mix render test, what we named a track. And as we play this, we'll get solo that track there. Everything will be mixed down to one stereo file. So let me know if that makes sense for your workflow. All right, so we see, says Greg, do you know how to perform a factory reset on the soft synth plugin Modix/Montage? I don't have the plugin licensed on this computer. I have it on my personal computer, but I'm not sure if there's anything special that needs to. Let me know if something is, but I don't have it licensed on this. But let me know if there's something that is, like if something is coming up in error, or, like when you start the program, it's like, two semitones off, it's being transposed. You want to switch that, and I might be able to help with that, but I don't have the license on this computer. Or if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to take a look at it on my personal computer where I have that plug-in. All right, so we see from Soren it says, just strange that Cubase takes a malfunction to preview creation from the plug. I disable the preview creation and close, and everything is okay. Eventually, I'll get to wave render also. So yeah, it's strange that plugin is causing that. All right, so we see from Gerald Ely, just replying to Mark Raven, says he did that, but the naming was chaotic. I changed them afterwards. I was looking for a smoother method, So, one thing that you might be able to do if you have multiple events selected, let me just. So let's say if we export these as selected events, then you have kind of like a naming scheme that you could utilize as well. Gerald said if you wanted to have the event name, the project name, so you could have different naming schemes. If you want to put the date, project name, whatever. So if you click here in the settings, there are naming schemes when you go to export selected events. So let me know if you need more help with the naming, if I'm misunderstanding. All right, let me just, my chat field jumped. All right, so I think I'm back to where I was. All right, so we see Vince is back from his parents, visiting his parents. All right, so we have Daniela joining us from Bochum, Germany. All right, so you see Jazz Dude shared a link to the manipulator plugin by Infected Mushroom, or Cubase users. Yeah, we did a Steinberg spotlight with them at their studio in Los Angeles. Fun guys. See Mark Raven giving to say that Steinberg Sport's been epic and been awesome. So all right, so we see that Soren is on the manipulator plugin in a giveaway. Lucky you. All right, so we see from Beverly Beatty, says, Greg, back to my former question about the gain control. It was a drum loop wave file, so some parts in the loop are too loud, so trying to control volume on a fragment of the entire wave file. Yeah, so, sometimes when you're doing the, let's take a look and see if we come over here to a quick drum loop. Find something short. Okay, so let's say I'm going to come over here and just kind of create slices. So, but now as we've created slices, we can so I don't think that we can, so we could, as we would play this particular slice via MIDI, so let's say, okay, I have this sampler track. I'm going to drag this pattern over. Okay, so I see my MIDI icon here. So now when I double click, we can see that these are all kind of the same velocity. So let's say I wanted to adjust like the snare to make the snare softer. I could just come over here and adjust that velocity down. And let's make this snare softer. And I want these hi-hats to be so we can just come over here and be able to adjust so let's put that into a loop. Just do the whole event. So now let's make those two few snares. So if you needed to, you could go from the sampler track and just drag it directly from the sampler track. Let me clear my throat. And drag it from the sampler track, and then once you're in the MIDI domain, so if we come over here to our sampler control, we can that way you could just simply at that point kind of with the sampler on a drum loop just take that particular sound and make it louder, softer to control the dynamics. So let me know if that would work for you, Beverly. We see Beverly just saying, assuming I would have to get it into Groove Agent to control the volume of the kick snare hats rather than through the sampler control region. So yeah, but if you drag it out to the MIDI, then you could adjust that. All right, so we see FlyV just says says my frequency buttons stopped their mapping page again. Okay, so let me see if we open up the frequency plugin. So let's say if I come here, let's get to insert EQ to frequency. All right, and check to see like if you click on the QC assignments to see if those are, so you may have like the default assignments, and if you click here, you could go into the remote control editor. So this should, be able to go through all of the pages for the controls. So we have, looks like 224 parameters in frequency that could be controlled here. So check just to make sure that like the quick, that your 8 quick control assignments look okay there. And then you could come over here to, again, to the remote generic editor, and you could reassign them if needed, and that should stick anytime that you open up that particular plugin. All right, so Plenkel says, Greg, can you shout about Benny and remind me how to convert a party to a rhythm? A part to a rhythm. Okay, so you see, can you shout out about rhythm and remind me how to convert a part to a rhythm? All right, so I'm not sure if it's like an audio file that you want to convert, like maybe to like a groove quantized preset. Let me just see if I come here to. All right, so let's say if I have this. So if I have like a drum loop and I want it to come over, let's go to, let's say our quantized setup. So I'm not sure if you want to apply like the timing of that. So let's just come over, let's go to our quantized panel, and I could just drag that particular loop over, and then I could quantize MIDI tracks based on the timing of that loop. But let me know if I'm afraid I'm misunderstanding this from Plenkel. All right, so you see kind of a clarification from Soren. It says, Greg guess it would help a lot if it was transparent. It's always in the way of the track, and the drag should go to now. I have a 1080 screen. It'd be a workflow improvement. So yeah, I'll take a quick look at it again. So all right, so let's say if we have our beat agent kit here. So I guess maybe I'm used to just kind of moving it out of the way and then dragging it over. But I can see that as a point. So when dragging, and let me see if we, yeah, I guess I'm used to just putting it so that I don't have to move it out of the way. But I'll pass that along, Soren. Okay, so we see from Plenkel, it's like, okay, maybe convert an audio track to a tempo. All right, so let's say if I have a file in my, so let's say I have a file here, and this file is, let me just adjust that track. So all right, I'm gonna go back to my metronome setup. All right, so say this. So we want to make this follow a. Let's say this isn't following a metronome. Now, let's say I want the metronome to follow this file, or I want this particular file to, I'll move my tempo track towards the bottom here. Or I want this track to now follow kind of like a steady tempo. So you hear the metronome, it's not really following. So I'm going to select that. Let's go to the project menu, to tempo track, to tempo detection. All All right, so we can see that this live band recording is, I'm going to come over, let's go to our signature track and say, okay, we're going to switch this from 1/4 to 4/4. So I'm going to do it just a little earlier, so I think it's right here. Okay, so we look at our tempo track, and our tempo track is now fluctuating. So kind of looking at the tempo, we'll say it's, let's say 118, maybe just like a rough average of it. So now if I want this tempo to follow for this music, which is fluctuating tempo, to follow an existing tempo or to play back a steady tempo, I'm going to go to my audio menu, to advanced, and now we will say we'll say set definition from tempo, and now I'm going to turn off my tempo track here and say, okay, let's make it 118. So now it's playing back perfectly at 118 beats a minute. Or if I want it to be 136. 108. So we could do that, or if we wanted to take the original tempo and just kind of modify it. So let's say I want this to ramp up in tempo. Until it goes back to the original tempo there. So let's say, okay, where the vocal comes in, I want that to ramp up. I could now just kind of select like this, and now so you could do, so let me know if that's kind of, so that's how you convert an audio track to tempo, but let me know if that is, if you want to see something else. Let's see, Trolls Discern says dog barking samples metronome sound fun for 30 seconds, then back to default metronome click. All right, so we have Alex checking in from Mojave Desert. Thanks for joining us. All right, so my Chatfield just jumped. Okay, so we see from Alex, says, I'm having a problem with the MIDI remote. I set up a few pages recently, and on a recent boot up, they had simply disappeared with simply no way of knowing why or any recovery possibility. Is this normal? So usually, sometimes like if a project is open and the MIDI remote isn't activated and it's saved, the MIDI remote can be kind of saved, the project settings saved globally. But if the project was saved without the MIDI remote or without the MIDI remote connected, it may lose settings if you saved a project without the MIDI remote like turned on or connected to the computer. So let me know if there's a chance that maybe you saved it without the MIDI remote being connected to the system. All right, so we see Balsa joining from Montenegro. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see from Vince, says it's not letting me set the faders and buttons again. Okay, so let's say, and this was, I believe, with the frequency. So let's say if I want to, so if you have it as like, so let's say on my MIDI remote, I come over here and I have this set up for my focus quick controls. So these knobs here will automatically, my default focus quick controls. So again, just kind of make sure that the quick control settings, when you come over here, you could see what parameters are being controlled. So let me know if you're using like quick controls to control the parameters of the of frequency, so that you could come over here and by default just be able to access these from like your default quick controls, and then you could go to a different quick control bank to control additional parameters. All right, Adam Langford says I installed a backup to my soft synth and wanted it to revert to factory. I can't find a menu option to plug in. Do I have to uninstall and reinstall it? I think that's for maybe the Modiac, so I will take a look at it. If you want to email me, Adam at clubcubase@steinberg.de. I could play with it on my personal studio computer and see if, but I don't think you have to do anything special. Like, I'm not sure if you created your own, like default custom sounds, but mine every time it boots up is always kind of to the factory preset with like, the piano with, I think, the strings layer, if memory serves me right. All right, so we see, this might be from Gerald Ely. Says, Greg, I've never seen the naming scheme window. That would make things easier. If you have time, please go over that again slowly. Okay. All right, so let's say I'll just come over, we'll do new empty project. All right, so let's say we'll just come over and do some recording. All right, so I'm going to punch in. Let's take it out of cycle. All right, so let's say I was like really clever and forgot to name my track before recording the audio, and now I have a bunch of audio files called audio 01 underscore, what's the number? Okay, so let's say I have these. We'll save this as a project. So we'll say Gerald. Okay, so now if I wanted to export these events, all right, so again, let's say, okay, so we get a file to export audio mix down. So we could do an audio mix down, or we could export the selected events. Okay. So once I come over here, we can say use a custom name. All right, so let's call this Gerald Ely. Okay, and now let's say I want so I want the event name followed by the project name. Let's say I named the track here. All right, so I'll go ahead and name the track. Okay. And again, so we'll say our event name, let's say the project name, which we call Gerald. Let's put free text. And our free text, we're going to just double click and say, I learned this on Club Cubase. And let's put another free text field. Let's say June 9th, 2026. All right, so now we can see, okay, it's going to be audio 101, our event name. Gerald, the name of our project. We could say our free text, I learned this on Club Cubase, and our free text on also June 9th, 2026. So you could and we could also add a counter. So we could say we're going to have up to 3 digits. It's going to start on 01. We could have a separator. So now when I export these selected events, we could choose a folder and we get kind of that naming scheme preview for all of the different tracks. So we could have, again, a custom name. So we could do a new scheme here and be able to kind of modify it. So you have a lot of flexibility when naming media, when exporting or rendering. So again, so render in place, you'll get kind of where you could just do the names. But if you export to selected events, you could employ the naming schemes. All right, so we see, I hope this is an appropriate question, but is there something like creating a rack in Ableton, a pre-made group of audio effects that you can save and instantly apply to a track channel? Yeah, we just call them track presets. So let's say we come over here, I want to go to presets, track presets, audio, and I can say, okay, I want lo-fi kitchen radio, drag it over, and then we could have your track presets here. So let's say I'll keep this on top. So let's say I want a male rock. I could come over here and just load in all of those presets, and we go to add a track. We can say we want to add a track using a track preset. And we can say, okay, I'm looking for, for whatever vocal, new age choir, note express, so we could come over and just work with different track presets and drag and drop. And then if you have one that you really like, let's say, okay, I came here, I like this one, I modified it, so I could come over here. Then all you got to do is right click and save a track preset, and you could put in your own categories, subcategories, substyles, rating, author. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right. Okay, so we see from TrackQuest Music, says, "Hi G, I've been experimenting with the sample track versus a drum machine to see which one is better for playing samples. What do you think?" Um, if you're just dealing with one single sample, then, like if you just have a single kick drum sample or a loop that's been sliced, then a sampler track is great. If you want to play back multiple samples, then the drum machine or groove agent is a better solution. So if you wanted to kind of just map out, if you wanted to have, more than 4 velocity layers, then groove agent. If you want to have just like, up to 4 layers per pad, then the drum machine would be perfect for that. All right, so you see from Alex, why does my Cubase 15 Pro crash when I place my Mac Mini 2026 latest updates under lock screen mode? Thanks. So sometimes when, plugins that don't release the memory, they can become very kind of volatile when you're waking up from sleep or going into sleep, when it's trying to unload or reload the content into the computer's memory. So it's often going to be a third-party plugin that's just not releasing the memory that it is occupying. So, often, that's what happens, and that could cause kind of system instabilities that lead to a crash. All right, so we see from Vince, it says, "Also, my Cubase hub templates aren't showing up." So when you go to the hub here, make sure that, because you have different, when you go to your templates, make sure, one, that your templates are kind of exposed. So when we kind of see, like, we could have both your recent projects and your templates kind of exposed here. Now, with your templates, if you go over to the right side here, you could choose to see all templates, just user created templates, or just factory templates. So make sure that that the templates are kind of exposed. So if you're like, okay, just see this, but I don't see my templates, try to maybe like tuck that folder closed, maybe expose your templates and go over to the right and make sure that you're looking at all of the templates or user or factory, so you could filter out different template options there. All right, so we see from Randy's Music, says, "I have Elements version and I can only mix down 1 bus per mix down. Does the artist version have the check boxes that you can choose different buses to mix down together?" It might be a Cubase Pro thing. Let me see if I can start. I don't think this changed in Cubase 14 to 15, so I'm going to start Cubase 14 Artist here. And we'll see. I don't think it does, but let me just check. right, so I'll just create another group. All right, so we have 2 group tracks. Let's see if we do our export audio mix down. I don't think it does, but I'll just, yeah, it's just going to do one at a time in Artist. So it's going to be just a Cubase Pro feature that looks like, so you could do it kind of one at a time. This is probably what you see in Elements, something similar. But in the full Cubase, you could export multiple stems simultaneously, multiple groups simultaneously, rather. All right, so we have Peter Raymond checking in from Winnipeg. He has thunderstorm warnings coming. All right, so sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay, so Michael Teams asks, howdy Greg, question here. It seems that when I take an image of a new plugin, it is always something wrong with the picture it shows up with. Perhaps a scaling issue on Mac. Just out of curiosity, so let's say if you're not familiar with this, let me see if I come over and let's say if I go to my media bay, we'll jump home. Let's get to our VST effects. I think maybe I have a third-party reverb. Let me just look. I think I have a third-party plugin. Not there, but we'll get to my VST plugin manager. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to add this into plugin collection over here. All right, so let's say if we go to, and we're looking for VST effects, and we go to reverb. So here, I don't see kind of a thumbnail, which I think what Michael wants to use. So I'm going to drag this over here, and we see the little picture icon. And now this kind of thumbnail image has been applied so we can see it directly in our, now check to see if, you know, some plugins you may be able to scale. Not all, some third-party plugins won't allow you to do that. So, but you could check to see, but also if you go to the settings, one thing to try is if you go to general, let's see, it's where it used to be on Windows. I think if we go to where you could choose for it not to be on high DPI. So, you know, some plugins may not scale to high DPI. I'm trying to remember where they moved it to. But if you come over here, see if you change the application scaling, and you probably, when you go to user interface on the Windows platform, you may say use high DPI or not. So see if you adjust that, if that makes a difference for you, Michael. So in 15, you'll see under user interface 14, it's going to be in general on a Windows platform. And then just see if adjusting those will kind of correct so not all plugins will comply and work with high DPI scaling. And so that could throw it off when making an image from that. Okay, so we see from Beverly says, that's cool, you changed the volume without dragging it to Groove Agent. Yep, works like a treat. As with the sampler track and the drum loop. All right. All right, so you see kind of follow up from Plenkel about the tempo detections. So you do set definition from the track first, and then you can change it. Yeah, so once you do a tempo detection, Cubase kind of knows what beat of the audio file that to assign that tempo event. Then once you assign it, then it's going to be kind of malleable and elastic and kind of fit in with your project, and you can change it afterwards. We see yes, says wait, no, you detect the tempo first and then set definition from tempo. Yeah. And as Jazz Dude mentions, that's basically adding the metadata to the track for. All right, so we see from DaVinci Girl, just Cubase questions, as I did buy an Ensoniq MR61 with the urban dance and perfect piano extension. And I love this trans wave sounds. Also have the MR editor from Odd Audio. Still, there's just a floppy disk inside. I like to make a trans wave sound library. Any ideas or suggestions? Transwave, sound experience, extreme character sounds. You do not get normal. So, yeah, I mean, Ensoniq's been out of business now for, is it 25, 27 years? I happened to be there the day when the company realized that the owners kind of left the country. It was kind of a very interesting meeting. We just happened to have a meeting that day when the company was kind of basically going out of business. So I don't know any. I never had any Ensoniq equipment. So maybe if you search online for resources for that. All right. So Mark Ravens is saying that Stella might be the world's smartest Cubase dog. She's listened to so many live streams, and now she only listens to Greg and Dog TV. We'll put her in some marketing campaigns. So. All right, so we see UK Leonardo Sants. Now I have push 2 working in Cubase 15. I wish Steinberg would make it official. It's pretty amazing. If you're using it as a MIDI remote device, what we did was, instead of having, imagine, Steinberg as a company having to, acquire 14,000 potential, like thousands of controllers and create their scripts for them, and then there's a change. So we developed kind of the MIDI remote system so that users can easily define and share their MIDI remote scripts, because we don't know we provide an API to all the hardware developers and we work closely with them. So But so there's lots of great functionality you can have without it being official, whatever being official means. Great. All right, Thrill Punked 9290. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to render and place a live performance? I have a complex effects, and I don't believe can be reliably captured with a MIDI track it's attached to. All right, so let's say I want to come over here, and we're going to have, like, say, random effects that we want to capture. So if it's MIDI, I'm going to do it as an instrument track. So let's say, okay, I'm going to come over here. Let's open up, let's say, a synth and Howling Sonic. Okay, so let's go to Anima. All right, let me just go hunting for a quick sound. Okay, so let's take that effect, and I want to, let's put a filter on it. So I'm going to put an auto filter, and I'm going to put an LFO on the auto filter. Okay, so let's come over here to a modulator. Let's put a randomized. All right, and we want this on the resonance. And let's randomize the range. And let's add, let's say, an effects modulator. All right, and I want this to do a frequency shifter. And let's randomize, let's say, our all right, so let's say I want, so we have kind of just random stuff. And we'll put one more effect on. Let's say distortion, so we'll come over. Okay, so let's put this on. All right, so we'll make this parameter also random. Okay, so now, all right, so if I wanted to capture all of this, so if it's a virtual instrument, and now I want to capture my creation, I could just come over to, let's say, my audio track, and we're going to set its input directly from the track instruments. So we'll say this is coming from my Howling Sonic. So as I go to play, we'll say, we'll call it synth capture. So I could record this and my MIDI. So as I come over here, we'll just start recording. Let me just... So now everything that I'm is being kind of just so if we're doing like completely random stuff, we could just simply record that as MIDI and audio at the same time. And that way, whatever is done in MIDI as we perform the MIDI live, we're just capturing the real-time audio output. Now, if it's like a MIDI track, you could bring it as an external effect. You could also route all of this, if you want to do that for multiple events, if you route it to a group. So if we say, okay, add a group track to this, and we'll call this our synth, and then we could set, if you wanted to capture multiple sources together, we could just say, okay, for this particular audio track, the input is coming from our synth group. So that way, as you record the MIDI, all the audio output that's being generated can be captured as audio in real time from the instrument or from a group as you want to see fit. So it's not necessarily rendering in place, but you can capture the live performance. All right, so you see Gerald Ely just says, thanks, Greg. The naming scheme is my tip of the day. So it's great. Okay. Okay, so you see from UK, Leonardo Sants, what is new library, file new library, and how to use it? All right, so let's say a lot of times we may have film composers that are building up different sounds for film, so many film composers will, will go through like a sound design phase. So let's say, we're taking different sounds and these could be in the sampler track. So let's say, okay, I'm coming over here. Let's get to, my media bay. We'll jump home. So I'm building up some sounds. So I want to come over here. Let's get to your loops. Let's do... Okay, so I'm going to make a sampler track for this, so that when I come over here, we could just say, okay, let's make this my sampler track. So I'm going to play this low. And I'm going to apply filters. All right, and I have, let's say, a couple different... All right, so we have different sounds. And we'll just come over, let's adjust. All right, so let's say I've now kind of have a bunch of different audio files that I've used, or let's say I'm doing like a corporate jingle and like I need a ba-da-da-ba kind of like corporate identity sound. So what we could do now is we could think of a library as a collection of audio files. So we go to our pool window, I can see, okay, I have my audio files here. I have within my sampler track, I have these files, and I want to be able to access all of these files. Let's say every time we work with a corporate client and I need to do like a da 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 ba, and that's like the signature audio, like the audio tagline. We could think of it as the audio signature for a brand. So what we could do now is we will come right over here, and in the pool, we could just say, okay, we want. I think we did from the media menu. We would say export to pool. Okay. So we'll call this our client Sovereign Bank. Okay, or I use this on a film. All right, so we'll save this to my desktop. Come over here. All right, so I'm in a new project. All right, and we're doing a commercial, and all of a sudden that client, we have audio files in here. So let's just say, all right, so I have that sound, but now what I could do is open a library. So we will come over to my desktop and we'll say, okay, here's our Sovereign Bank library. And now all of our files that are used in a completely different project, I could just say, oh, okay, I want that file in the sampler track. I want this particular file. So we could have, we could just open up that library and have access to a audio pool that's independent of the project. So now we could just call all of these sounds up and drag and drop them right in and access all the sounds by saving it as a separate, distinct library file. So for sound effects, kind of, commercial audio tags, stuff like that. If you're, like I have a friend that does commercials for Walmart. And he's always just, he needs like the Walmart sound. He needs the Gecko sound, like an insurance ad campaign that's done here in the United States. And he needs access to all that. So those sounds are always available to him. And he can call up his different corporate client sounds and drag and drop right into the project to have easy access to the sounds. So that's what a library is used for. Okay. All right, reading through comments. Okay, so you see, says Greg, on that naming scheme export you just did, what if I had a long track with all kinds of DJ samples and I wanted to export all the clips with different names? How? All right, so let's go ahead and just record. All right, so we'll just come here. We'll just do a bunch of recordings. All right, so now we could have like two different areas of kind of renaming events. So let's say we have these are going to be audio 1, audio 108 through 13. So I have these. All right, so we have a description name. We also have just kind of a file name. So let's say I want to come here. So we could rename like the description. So let's give this a try. So let's say, okay, this will be 1. Or okay, so if I could just come over, let me just select one of these. So let's say if we name our description, let's say 1. All right, so if you wanted like distinct names, but let's say if I come over here, I will adjust. All right, so we have a description plus the audio name. So let's see if we come over here and we export the selected events, and let's go to our scheme. Okay, so you could just say, okay, I want to use the event name. And now, like, as the events are named here, even if it is all, so as it's exported, the event name. So when you just come over here, you could just type in the description of the files, and then when you go to export the files, just get to the naming scheme, and you could choose, the event name, the track name. You could add a counter, you could add just the name as well, so or you could put free. And so probably just choose the event name, and then you could just create all new audio files based on the event name that's entered in the description field. All right, so we see Vince is just asking, even with my user templates, my main one isn't showing up. All right, so when we come over to your templates, so usually your templates are going to be stored in the same location. So let's go over to your hub here. All right, so we'll say, let me just close this. Let's get to the hub. All right, so let's say we go to, let's say our template that we made earlier. So try right-clicking and reveal in Show in Finder or reveal in Explorer. And that should take you to the folder where all of your project templates are. So see if it's in that folder. And again, just kind of take one of the other templates, and these should all be stored in the same folder, and just right click, reveal in Explorer or show in Finder, and that will take you to where all the templates should be stored, and see if you see it listed in there or if it's in a different folder. Now generally a template is going to be a .cpr file. If you can't find it, this is a great use for media bay. So if you know the name of your template, you could come over here, open up like the big media bay, you could hit F5. We'll say, okay, let's go for our media types here in the top center, and we could just choose projects. So let's say you just want to come over here, say I'm looking for events, and just type and say, okay, I'm looking on this computer, I'm looking for, 7, 8 projects. So I could just say any project that has the name 7, 8 in it, and this could be the date that it was actually stored. So, but you could search throughout your entire hard disk for a particular file if you can't find it. Instead of using your operating system, here you could just look for, use MediaBay just to search for projects. All right, so we see question, please. Is there a way to save a preset in Halion? This is from John Barry VU. Save a preset in Halion that could be opened in Halion Sonic. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll just open up, let's say, a Halion instance. Okay, we will open up, let's say, from FM Lab. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's just modify this. All right, so I want to save, I want to create an arpeggiator with it. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay. All right, so let's come over here. I'm going to save it. Save the program. Okay, let me just... Okay, so let's try this June 9th. Okay, so let's get to Halion Sonic. We'll just do a new instance. Let's just maybe rescan my media bay and just see. Okay, so here's the one. Let me go back and see if I can resave it. So there's my preset there. Let me just try to go back to Halion. Let me see if I can just... Let me change some of the sounds as well. So I come over here to the preset. I think, let me just come over here, say save presets. Okay, so I have. Okay, so let's come back over to. Let me see if I scan it again in Media Bay. All right, so here's our June 9th, 2026. All right, so. All right, I'm just going to go over to Halligan 7. Let's start the fresh instance Halligan 7. See if it shows up there again. Okay, so it shows up there. Let me see if I just load it in the same way. All right, so here we go. So when I go to load the preset now, and I play it from Halligan Sonic. So now that we're in Halligan Sonic, I can just trigger. So let's say I'm in this instance of Halligan Sonic. We come over here and load it from the presets. And we'll say June. Just showed it up. It did pop up. All right, but let me see if I come over here because there might be another. So let's say if I have this sound. And let's say I've modified it. try this quickly. I'll see if I can play around with it some, John, but I think, let's see if we're in Halligan Sonic, let's see if there is a, come over here. But there may be like a save as, let's say if I have this set up here, let's get to our program tree. And let's say if I've added this, let's see if we could export it. Let's export this as a VST3 preset. So let me see if I can play around with it and give you an answer for Friday's live stream. Sorry about that for not figuring it out, but it seems like it should be easier. All right, going through comments here. Okay. Okay, found my spot. Sorry about that. All right, so we see from DaVinci Girl, still got no mail from Michael Teen. So I think I sent him over the email address. All right. You see John Barry just says, sometimes when I save a template, it does not show up in the hub, and I have to rescan the project templates folder in the user section of Media Bay, then it comes up. So just if you want to see that, so if your templates aren't showing up, come here to Media Bay, and we'll see kind of the user content, and then you can see project templates. So maybe Vince, if you want to rescan the disk there and see if that helps, or if you see it listed in there. All right, so we see from Alex says connected my Touch OC template, but the MIDI remote manager template I created is still missing in action and all controllers vanished. Odd, how can I save it to avoid this from happening again? So anytime that you have your MIDI remote set up, if we just go to kind of like the main settings here, we could choose, so when you get to scripts, you could just choose to export the script. So when you come right over here, you could just choose to export the script anytime that you have one set up, so that you could easily just kind of recall it at any time. But just see also, if you're in the scripts area, maybe if the MIDI connections aren't being seen by the computer, it may not be showing up. So maybe if you come over here, if you see it listed, and again, to get here in the MIDI remote, you could select the remote control, click on the settings, and go to scripts, and see if you see the script there. But once you have that set up, you could export the script and share it to different computers as needed if you need to. Okay. All right, so Alex asks, working with a sampler track, how would you describe its advantages or not of Halligan's sampler? So the sampler track is really intended to be just like really fast and easy. So, like I hear an interesting sound, I could go to the sampler tracks that say, oh, that's kind of interesting. Now I want to play that sound. And we now can come over here and immediately start playing. So like kind of in the heat of the battle, if you just hear an interesting sound, like, oh, I could do something interesting with that. Instead of loading up a different instrument, you could just drag, any audio file right into the sampler track and start playing it immediately. So when you have kind of that, spark of inspiration and have it completely controlled and all of the audio files are used as samples being saved with the project, then the sampler track's just a really quick, easy tool for doing sound design. And if you need to take it into Halligan to do more, we could just click right over here and then export it directly into Halligan to do further stuff or enhance the sound. But just something that was quick and easy to start playing an audio sample from your MIDI keyboard. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so we see from Soren says, Greg, there's such a bunch of interesting people in the Zoom meetings, but sometimes you have a special guest. Is there anything coming with a special guest in the future, perhaps? I'll see if I could get someone lined up for the end of June. So I'll start working on that now. Usually how I get a special guest is they'll call me up and I help them out and, solve a question or like, oh, is there anything I could do for you? I'm like, hey, do you want to be a guest on our Zoom meetup? So sometimes whoever I'm helping will, I'll call in a favor as like they called, when they kind of reach out seeking help or like a tutorial with me, then I will kind of ask them to do. But I had someone in mind, and I think he might be free. So I'll go ahead and see if I could get that set up for the end of June. We'll see, depending on his schedule. But I have a couple of people in mind that we could have and use as a special guest. We'll try and do it like this year. I'm trying to do it like once a quarter. So, we had David Kahn in April, I think. Okay, so we see Sean Day says, get going home. But he says, brilliant live stream. It's from Harwich in the UK, home of the Mayflower. All right. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from TrackQuest Music, is there global settings for all the pads using the drum machine? I'm using it, like you said, as a sampler. Sometimes I want everything to be the same effects. Thank you. All right, so let's come over here, and let's say if we go to a drum machine, all right, and we'll just add a drum track here. All right, so I want to, let's throw on a couple of samples. All right, so let's say we want that as our kick. All right. All right, we'll have that as our snare. Let's look for some hi-hats. Okay, and let's look for a cowbell for Beverly. Okay, so let's say now I want to put on kind of, let's say, common effect for all of these. So the drum machine has kind of a global delay and reverb. So if I want it to come over here, I can say, okay, let's work with the reverb. So let's say, okay, now when I come over here, so let's say if we're back at our instrument, I could just say, let's come over here, and we see just a reverb. And let's put a delay on, let's say, our hi-hat. And if we wanted to edit the delay, we could come over here and just say, okay, we want this to be 16th note delay. So when you hit this, and I want so let's say I'll put a little reverb. So we go back to the instrument here. So let's add reverb on our snare. So I'm going to select the snare pad. And let's say we have our hi-hat. And let's put a little delay and reverb. So we can say, okay. And I'll make sure that so make sure you select the pad first. It's always helpful. So now. So built in, there's kind of just a delay and reverb. We could also, when we go to the group, we could have our effects send here. We can send these to different outputs. So we have 32 stereo outs that we could route these to inside of our mixer, but you do have kind of built-in effects directly here that you could access, as part of the drum machine. So let me know if that's helpful for you, TrackQuest Music. Okay, so we see from TrackQuest Music, says also in the drum machine, is there a way to set the mid level all the way up to 127 for all pads? Okay, so let's see if we come over here to so if you want them to all be like 100, like maybe the velocity to be 127. Okay, so let's see. So you might have to set them, but here if we go to the amplifier, to the velocity section, regardless of how, so if I had my velocity all the way up, I could have velocity control. But if I select a pad, and now it's going to be just kind of the maximum velocity level, regardless of how hard or soft I hit it. I'm not sure. Let's see if we could adjust that for multiple pads at once. I don't think so, but we'll. Yeah, so it looks like one pad at a time that we could just come over here and adjust the velocity level. So if you don't want it to respond, but I don't think it's going to be done globally. Let me just. Yeah, I see that you could do it for each pad, but I don't think you could set it to automatically to change all of them at once. Okay. Okay. See Jazz Dude doing some moderation. Thanks for that. All right. All right, so Tommy Vallon says, "Hi Greg, question. Every time I try to drag MIDI from Groove Agent, Cubase freeze. Windows 10, Cubase 15 Pro. Is this a bug?" So I haven't run into that. So, and obviously I'm in a different OS, but when I come over here, make sure one that you have like Groove Agent SE6 on your system. But when I come over here, I could just, let's say I go to the player and just drag right over here. But also, sometimes it's like, but I haven't seen that crash at all. Let me know if it's with all kits or just a particular kit, and I'd be happy to kind of look into it if it's one kit or if it's every kit. Sometimes like dragging and dropping can be affected by like administrator privileges. So sometimes like, dragging something from the desktop into Cubase or from Cubase out to the desktop may have an impact based on the user admin privileges on Windows. So that could be something to check and maybe toggle that. All right, so we see from Bratman Music, just says, "Hi Greg, my update to 1503 turned off my audio connections, output, stereo out, device not connected to Focusrite with no left-right outputs. Every song in the list have to add back. How to do all at once." So generally when, you may be prompted, so I'm not sure if you're using the control room or not. But generally when you come over, like sometimes you may get prompted when it sees a difference in the output configuration. It says, do you want to, and it could be one of those windows where it says, do you want to remap this to outputs? And then maybe if that happened, you could see if, so sometimes people will kind of say no and open up the project and then realize that, oh, maybe I should have hit yes to that. And it was like one of those like dismiss, don't show this window again type of settings when you kind of don't choose to activate it. But, if it is the control room, the control room is independent of the project, or if it is in your audio connections, but you should be able to just, load up the preset here. Once you have it set up, maybe save it as a preset here in the outputs, or save the preset of the control room independently and see if that makes a difference for you. And if you want to reach out, I'd be happy to take a quick look remotely at your setup. If you want to reach out to me via email. All right, so we see that Flyv found his template. All right, so we see from Gerald Ely, says, "Thanks, Greg. Lots of great info as usual. May we go smoothly." I pray that for everyone. Hope to see you all soon on Friday. So thanks for joining us, Gerald, and we'll see you on Friday. Hope you have a great week. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so we have Adronic. It just says, looks like it just bought Cubase. Let me My Chatfield just jumped on me. Sorry, let me find my spot. Okay. So Adronic 8255 says, hey friends, about Cubase, this thought is so deep. Well, we're here to help you. Thanks for joining the Steinberg family, and we hope to be able to help you out in your transition so you get all your songs and projects done in Cubase. All right, so we see from Jose, can you show sending an instrument like drums to different channels in the mixer so we can mix them separately? Okay, so let's come over. I'll just do a quick new project here. Actually, I think I could do it quicker over here. All right, so depending on like what instrument you're using, most like drums will have separate outputs. So let's come over here and say we want to start with like an acoustic, acoustic agent or a beat agent. So if we're doing this inside, so let's say I have a basic pattern that I'm playing here. So we go to our mix console, we can see that everything is now coming out of one stereo output. So if we have an acoustic agent kit and we go to the kit, we just go to the mixer, and now I could see in the mixer, I could say, okay, I want this to go out of output 2, my kick drum, my snare to go out of output 3, and let's say my hi-hat out of output 4, my cymbals, output 5. And now as we do this, we can see that all of our drums are now being sent to different outputs, so I could run more extensive EQs. So if we want to go to, let's say, our snare, and we want to put a reverb on it that's not on the kick. Now if it is a beat agent kit, we would take same concept but a different approach. Here we would take each pad and then we could send it to the plug-in to 32 stereo outputs. If it is a drum machine, we would come over, like we were looking at just a couple minutes ago, we would go to our group output, our group tab, and then we could set all of our outputs here. So Groove Agent, the drum machine, both have 32 stereo outs that you could address. All right, so we see from Rick, if I have a bunch of sections, I want to remove some bars, but I want the following bars to snap to the ending of the remove spaces automatically. Key command or what? All right. All right, so let's come over here. Let's say, okay, so let's say we have this, we get an idea. We have like, 8.5 bars of music. So I'll select, I'm going to just do a range selection. I think it's Command Shift X, and then that will automatically, so Control Shift X or Command Shift X. So if you select the region that you want to get rid of, then Command on Mac or Control Shift plus the X key, that will kind of erase all the contents and slide them over. So give that a try. You could also, if you want to do it for just a few tracks, you could do it like that, whatever is selected. So if we undo, now we could also just go to, if you want to find it in the menu, we could say, let's go to edit, to range, and then we could just say cut time, and that time will be cut out. So let me know if that's what you want to do. So try Control Shift X or Command Shift X. All right. Okay, so we see from FlyV just says I found my main template. Now, how do I save it to be used via the home screen? So once you have your project open, once you found a template and the project is open, just go to your file menu and choose Save as Template. Then it should automatically populate there. All right, let me jump to some of the questions we had mailed in before we run out of time. Okay, so we covered that one from Popiville already. All right, so we see I have an issue with Cubase 15 in a wave audio channel. When I shrink it from the end, the beginning shrinks. And when I shrink it from the beginning, the end shrinks from the end. Why is this behaving this way? All right, so let's say if we take an audio file here, there are different modes for when we work with our selection tool. So when we come over here, so we have what we call normal sizing, where this will kind of, as I grab my bottom handles here, this will truncate. So I kind of hide the beginning or I hide the end. Now, if you hit the one key on your QWERTY computer keyboard, so this gets switched to mode to sizing moves contents. So now as I grab the beginning, we can see that the beginning just moves over when I grab the left bottom handle, and the end kind of disappears. So I'll do that. I'll make it a little larger so it's easier to see. So, and we can see that your selection tool may have a different appearance. So when we do this, the beginning is moving and the end will kind of fall out of the way. If we grab the end, the beginning will kind of be tucked away. We move the end of the file over to the left. So, and there's a third mode where we could do sizing applies time stretch. So we could just come right over here and just say, okay, when I do this, now I can make that audio file fit into that amount of time, and it will just automatically speed up and slow down to fit. Okay. It would be great if there was a way to have Cubase have an independent record loop and that is different from the cycle playback. Okay. So let's say we want to do a new project, and as we do this, we want to set up a loop region, but we don't want the loop region to automatically be the length of the particular event. So let's say my loop region will say from bars 1 and 2. All right, we're going to add an audio track. All right, so currently when we do like a punch in and punch out, you know, it's going to be based by default on the left and right locators. But let's say I have 3 bars and I only want to punch in on bar 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select bar 2. I'm going to use my range tool. All right, so, and say, okay, I'm going to select this, and we could go to our transport, and we have something called punch points. And what we could do is I'm going to say set punch points to the selection range. And we see these little red triangles appear. So I'm going to set my playback range in blue. And now once it gets to measure 2, it's going to punch in. When it gets to measure 3, it's going to punch out. It's going to continue to play the audio in measures 1 and 3 in cycle. So we could watch this. So I'm going to activate punch in and out, which we could do just to the left of the transport. And you could also turn these on by hitting I for punch in, O for punch out. So now as we play, we have an independent record range within the cycled playback. So you can see it's going to punch in, punch out, play measure 1, punch in measure 2, punch out measure 3, but play. And now we can just have an independent punch in from your punch out. Now, if you always want the to be tied, the punch in and punch out points to be tied directly to the left and right locators, you could just choose to lock that and not turn on your punch points. So we could just come over here, and now you could choose to have it use punch points or use the punch points independently to have independent punch-in recordings. Okay, says, I have a weird question. I want to export 2 guitar tracks, including plugins and channel settings, and import them into another project. Is that possible? Recordings are not important, just the channels. Okay, so let's say I come over and we want to save like a track preset, and this is what we can do for track presets. So I'm going to come over here, and let's say I have 2 guitar parts. I don't necessarily want the actual like guitar parts, but maybe I want to recall these guitar parts with their settings. So if we come over here, so what I could do is I'm going to right click and we say save track preset. So we'll say rock guitar 1. Okay, let's come over here and we'll save this as a preset. I could also save both tracks together as a preset and save a multi-track preset. So let's come over here. Let's again save a track preset. We'll call this rock guitar 2. All right, so let's say I have a new project. So we look at our guitar settings here. We'll do new project. And then when I want to recall those settings, I would go to my user presets, track presets to audio, and we'll say rock guitar. So as you do this, it's very easy just to come over and save track presets so that you could instantly recall all of the settings. So we can see track guitar, we have this guitar with all of its EQs and settings and plugins, and channel strip can automatically be recalled. So again, just come right over here, right click on the tracks, save track presets. You could tag it how you see, and then as you come over here, again, go to user presets to track presets. Is it an instrument? Is it an audio? And you could just search by name. And you could even just drag these to existing tracks. You see like the arrow will come right over there. And then you could drag all the contents directly over there. All right, let's see. All right, so a question. We use OmniVocal and create audio track and then use Very Audio to enhance. Can you show any tricks? All right, so usually like I find that you don't have to do Very Audio, because if you're working with If you're working with omnivocal, generally omnivocal sings in tune. That's a beautiful thing about it. So let's come over. So I think I have a quick omnivocal. Okay.
How are you?
All right, so let's say like maybe I wanted to get rid of the vibrato on this.
How are you?
All right, so I think we put in maybe some modulation. All right, so let's say I'm going to, so if you're not familiar with this, we could just come over here and, if you're not familiar with omnivocal, this is part of a 15 license. You could choose to, have your, if you wanted to be a male or female singer, you could just come right over here.
How are you?
And if you wanted to adjust performance down a little bit.
How are you?
So, and then we could type the lyrics in. So it's like a virtual vocalist. And then you could just enter in the text. So let's say if we render this in place. Okay, and now if we want to come over and go to very audio for this.
How are you?
All right, so if you wanted to be able to kind of, straighten this out, a lot of times you could, just very easily come over here and just say, okay, if you didn't want that level of expression, you could make that seem like, you want to tame the vibrato. You can come right over here and, select all and be able to adjust. If we say, okay, I wanted to take these and let's, make the vibrato less wide, we can just come over there and
How are you?
so you could do stuff like that. But a lot of times, you don't have to do a lot of tuning with omnivocal because it is, singing in tune already. All right, let's jump back to some live questions. All right, Mark Raven wants people to hit like. All right, so we see John Barry just says, Greg, just above the slots, there's a save and load icon. Third icon called Save VST Preset. What's that? So is this in Hallian? Let me just load up a Hallian instance. All right, so let me just. All right, so let's see if we come here. Let me just go back to questions. So let's see. There's a third icon called Save Preset. All right, so let's see if I... All right, so here's my Greg G. 9th. Okay. And let me see if... So that may be kind of classified as a Hallian 7. Let's come over to... here, see if we save this. Yeah, I'll see if I can figure it out for Friday, John. Sorry about that. All right, see if we get another question or two in. All right, so we see Flavie has his template listed again. There you see Beverly's going to catch up with us on Friday. All right, so we see from Soul Sound Official, hi, great question. I tried to vary audio, but I still can hear only the vocal, but not the music, like in solo, and the S is off, but still very audio. Can't hear the other tracks. I'll just try it again. We'll open up one of their projects. All right, so say I'm doing this quickly here, so we'll come over.
Oh, I remember the day that we went. Seems like a long, long time ago. And our first kiss, there was no regret. Right after that Garth Brooks show, you told your daddy and he called my
Let me know if you're utilizing the control room, and if you want to email me or bring it up on the next live stream. But let me know. But it seems like that's working as expected. All right, so we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll be back on Friday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. It's wonderful to see new attendees, and we look forward to seeing everyone back on Friday. And sorry we didn't get through all the questions today, but everyone please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you soon. Take care. Goodbye.